see what the Spirit does. Good morning, conference attendees. Welcome to day 3. We are the Echo Intern Worship Team. On my left, we have Mr. Quinn Beitzel. We have Rebecca Hepner and Evan Borman, and I'm John. And we'll be playing What a Friend We Have in Jesus and Great is Thy Faithfulness. What's the order? We'll be playing Great is Thy Faithfulness and then What a Friend We Have in Jesus. That's all I've got.
Check. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Anyone in the lobby, if you're still out there, come on in and join us. What a wonderful day. Third day of conference. Greetings. My name is Abram Bixler. I'm the president and CEO of Echo. It's great to be here with you today and just to gather together in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. It's wonderful being here. To start us off with devotions, will you join me in the reading of the word from Psalm 24? This is a psalm of David, and it says, "The earth is the Lord's, and everything in it, the world and all who live in it. For he founded it on the seas and established it on the waters. Who may ascend the mountain of the Lord? Who may stand in his holy place? The one who has clean hands and a pure heart, who does not trust in an idol or swear by a false god. They will receive blessing from the Lord and vindication from God their Savior. Such is the generation of those who seek him, who seek your face, God of Jacob. Lift up your heads, you gates. Be lifted up, you ancient doors, that the King of glory may come in. Who is this King of glory? The Lord, strong and mighty, the Lord, mighty in battle. Lift up your heads, you gates. Lift them up, you ancient doors, that the King of glory may come in. Who is he, this King of glory? The Lord Almighty. He is the King of glory. Will you join with me in prayer? Father God, thank you that you are the King of glory. Thank you that you've come in. You've come into this place. You've come into our lives. We just ask your presence to be here with us today as you guide us and lead us into truth and love, into collaboration, into a vision for what you're already doing around the world through your global church and how we can be a part of that and partner and serve and come alongside. May you receive glory and honor and praise through our worship by song, through our worship by the engagement of our minds that we will do today, through our worship of you by just the fellowship that we have with each other. We pray these things in your name, King of glory. Amen. So today we have the privilege of being joined in our devotions and led by the Echo North America interns. So I'm going to invite them up to lead us in our time of music through song.
You might be wondering what a saxophone is doing in a worship service. I don't have a good answer for you. Thank you for joining us to day 3 of conference. We'll be beginning the intern tonight with Great is Thy Faithfulness and moving into What a Friend We Have in Jesus. Thank you.
Let's give a round of applause to our interns for leading us. Thank you so much. And we saw how the saxophone integrated so nicely into that. So, thank you. Today is our third day with our devotional speaker, Hannah Machado, and I had a chance of meeting Hannah last night, and it's so wonderful that you've been here with us, and look forward to hearing what you have to share with us that the Lord's laid on your heart through His Word. So let's welcome Hannah back up.
Praise the name of Jesus this morning. Amen. Can we give it up to the interns one more time? That was amazing. I love hymns, love hymns. When my mom went to be with the Lord, April this year, the only hymn she asked that would be sung in her funeral was "Great is Thy Faithfulness," after 55 years in the mission field. So to me, I'm like, that's how powerful that hymn is. It summarizes the faithfulness of God. And since we talked about data quite a bit this week, to me, a good indicator of a flourishing community of believers is when different generations are represented. So for me, the mandate for my generation is that when I leave, I should have done my job to equip the generation behind me, who I believe the interns are, to carry on the gospel of Jesus Christ. Amen. All right, so day one, we talked about restoration of the soul. Yesterday, we talked about how we can get our souls transformed. And today, I want to talk a little bit about distractions. And they all do tie into the condition of our soul, which we talked about as an important key to success in kingdom work. So the word distraction is from two Latin words, dis, away from, tractus, to draw. So distractions is simply something that can draw us away from. And the angle I want to take today when looking at this word is, what are some things that the Lord would tell us today not to get distracted from? So the opening scripture is from Hebrews 12:1. When the apostle, media team, if you could help me with that, Hebrews 12:1, when the apostle is saying that, therefore, since we are surrounded by such a great cloud of witnesses, let us throw off everything that hinders and the sin that so easily entangles us, and let us run with perseverance the race marked out for us. So clearly there are things that can distract us in our race of faith. So the first thing I'd like to talk about is remind us not to get distracted from good and godly relationships. So this week we have been honored to have the opportunity to network, to meet new people. I was so honored to meet missionaries who are in the field for the generation of my parents, and they pouring into my life, and just so many great interactions. So one of the reminders today that I believe the Lord would want us to keep in mind, that let us not get so busy that we forget the good and godly relationships that He's brought into our lives. In Romans 16, the Apostle Paul literally lists 29 important people to him and his ministry by name. And my question to you today is, who can you list? Who is on your list? This is a race. This is a battle. You need a team with you. You can't go about it alone. Who is partner with you, and who are you running the race with? Make sure you keep those people close to you and never get too distracted to stay in touch with them and get connected with them. And the beauty of technology nowadays is that you can do that easily. When we were in the mission field, all correspondence were by letters. And talking of my mom, when we went to her homegoing celebration, literally people came with postcards and letters from 1966. People were bringing them to us, like piles of letters, and I was like, how did she have time to write all those letters? But she did, and that is how she connected. But for us, how much more convenient now that we have the cell phone. And so let us be intentional about the people we meet and how we can connect with them strategically, but yet reminded that our relationship should not just be transactional. It's not about what can I get from them, but as a partnership of striving to genuinely build a relationship that can build both of us together in Christ. The second thing I would like to remind us not to get distracted with is results. I know that many of us are very results driven. Perhaps many of us are even type A's, which is great. But I want to remind us of 1 Corinthians 3:6 that says, when Paul says, I have planted, Apollos watered, but it's God who gives increase. Let us never forget that. In your kingdom work, it is the Lord who gives increase. When we remain connected to him, when our soul remains knitted with his, it is him who gives the increase. So while results are great and we should measure it, and that's how we see if we're making progress, even if you can't physically sometimes see the results, know that one day when we get to glory, if we are walking the assignment of the Lord, even if you can't physically see the results, maybe that seed is planted and somebody else will come and water it, and then it's God who brings home the harvest. And then the last thing I would like to remind us not to get distracted from is rest. And this one is a work in progress for me as well, but physical and spiritual rest as we do kingdom work is so important. The commandments tell us to rest physically on the Sabbath. There's a good book out there. I'm sure some of you have read The Ruthless Elimination of Hurry. I think it's a great book. It taught me a lot. I think it's written by maybe a Gen Z. So I was like, it felt like my eldest daughter was writing a book, but I was like, wow, it's speaking to me. It's a very easy read. But it reminds us of the importance of rest. Physical rest, very important, and spiritually too. Let us rest on the Lord, knowing that it is him who can give us the rest that our souls need. Matthew 11:30 talks about, take my yoke and learn from me, for I am gentle and lowly in heart, and you will find rest for your souls. For my yoke is easy and my burden is light. Not that it's not a burden, but it's lighter. I mean, we're in life, there'll always be burdens, but his burden is light, and through him we can find rest. So in closing today, I was praying and I asked the Lord, I said, if you were to give us one Rhema word, what is the word for like in season today? What is it that you'd like to tell this group of believers about where you're taking us? And clearly the Spirit of the Lord led me to Amos 9:13. As many of you know, the prophet Amos is commonly known as the prophet of social justice. And this is what the word says, behold, the days come, saith the Lord, that the plowman shall overtake the reaper, and the treader of grapes him that soweth seed. And the mountains shall drop sweet wine, and all the hills shall melt. Of course, this is the prophet of old talking about Israel, but we know that as followers of Christ, we are grafted into the household of Abraham. So because the word of God is alive and always speaking, this is what I sense that the Lord was saying, that for those who are in kingdom work, he's going to do a new thing. And since I'm talking to an agricultural society, I'm sure that You could probably break down this scripture better than I would in terms of the plowman overtaking the reaper, but from a layman's perspective, how I interpreted what the Lord was saying, that we are going into a time where he's promising us to have that his blessings are going to be our portion, and a season of restoration, hope, and renewal is coming. So hopefully that is a word that maybe can strengthen somebody's faith who is feeling tired and exhausted in the kingdom work, knowing that restoration, hope, and renewal is our portion. So do not give up. The Lord is with us. Let us pray. Thank you so much for being our good, good Father. Thank you so much for bringing us together today. We're so humbled that you'd call us into partnership with you in your kingdom work, Lord. Thank you for equipping us in so many different ways this week. Thank you for the godly connections that we've been able to put together, Lord. I pray that our connections would flourish. I pray that those who are trusting for solutions will find it this week and have already found it, Lord. But most importantly, I pray that you would rejuvenate, renew our souls, our spirits, and that we would be anchored in you. I pray that you would fan the flame that is in our spirits, that we would not give up, but we would go forth knowing that there's so much more that we need to do for your kingdom, and you will equip us and you will be with us wherever you send us. Lord, as we even start to conclude and depart this conference, I pray that great testimonies will come out of this meeting, that when we meet or wherever we meet next time, we'll able to testify of your goodness and things that you've done in our lives. Thank you so much for everything. We give you the glory and we give you the honor. In your name we pray. Amen. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that devotional, Hannah. And one thing that you said that struck me was just the reminder that the harvest is the Lord's. And that took me back to a year ago, and the segue and transition was that a year ago in October, I was in Chiang Mai for our biennial Echo Asia conference there, and our devotional speaker was a man by the name of Mr. Gladstone Kumar. And he spoke on 1 Corinthians chapter 3, starting in verse 5. And it says, "What after all is Apollos? And what is Paul? Only servants through whom you came to believe, as the Lord has assigned to each his task. I planted the seed, Apollo watered it, but God has been making it grow. So neither the one who plants nor the one who waters is anything, but only God who makes things grow, God who brings the harvest." So thank you for leading us in the word today with that. And along those lines, it's incredible to look back and see what God does and how he works. And it was Soren Kierkegaard who said that the interesting thing about life is that it's lived moving forward but only makes sense looking backward. And I would never have imagined that a year ago our devotional speaker who was there in Chiang Mai would actually be with us in this room. And as many of you know, since 2011, we had been raising funds to start a regional impact center or a regional impact team to serve South Asia. And prayerfully and financially, we were able, the Lord provided that, and it came to fruition. And today, here with us today, we have the privilege of welcoming one of the newest senior leadership members of ECHO to share with us about South Asia in the South Asia Impact Team that he is leading, which just launched a little over a week ago. So what an exciting time. South Asia is a place of incredible need. I was looking at the statistics for it, and what I found was there are about 400 million undernourished or hungry people in South Asia. It's a massive population, and it's about 95% unreached with the gospel as well. But the Lord has provided partners financially, prayerfully, faithfully. Some of you in this room work in that region, and so we are so excited to hear from Mr. Gladstone Kumar. I'm going to invite him up to share with us a little bit, our South Asia team leader, and he's going to share about the vision for that region. And this is a chance for you to get to know Gladstone as well. So, brother, it's great to have you.
Thank you very much. I take privilege of this moment to thank God. The way how God connected me to ECHO through Transform World, and through Transform World to Business Professional Network, and through Business Professional Network to ECHO. I was just reflecting on the journey in the last about 22 years of understanding God's mission through involving with various grassroots level involvement and connecting with various leaders. I'm really thanking God for Mr. Ricardo Luna, who is the international facilitator for Transform World, being here, and my wonderful mentor, John Wharton, the BPN leader, being with me. I'm really feeling so happy, so joyful for this moment. Thank you, Abraham, for introducing, connecting the word we were meditating in the regional conference. And it was so prophetic when Hannah was sharing. I'm really thanking God for this opportunity to connect with God and work something in this opportune moment. Thank you. South Asia, as you all know, it's one of the sleeping giants, I would say, which is waiting to invade into the world, to influence the world. I'm Gladstone. I have one wife. That is how we introduced when we were living in Bangladesh. And I have 3 daughters. And this is our family. We live in Chiang Mai, and we work across South Asia. Recently, we had an opportunity to launch the commencement of South Asia team in Delhi. We had a wonderful time of challenging the leaders in India to come alongside and help the farming communities. This is our team. Patrick, many of you know him. He's a ECHO Asia leader. And we have Nissi, the youngest member, who is joining in the team. And now we are trying to do something more than what we have been thinking about South Asia. And really, it's a really a good opportunity to help many nations in that region to come up in their economic status. We had a time of signing a MOU with one of the government universities in India. This is soon after the launch. The second day after the launch, we had a time of meeting with the Vice Chancellor and some of the education department people to help the university. They have a wonderful agriculture faculty, and they have invited ECHO to come and help in their academic work, in their research work. And as you know, South Asia with a 2 billion population, we are planning to work in these 7 or 8 nations. Some of them are really very strategic to work with, and we are in the process of building a team to reach out to these nations to work to strengthen the work of agriculture. Some realities, some of you may know, some of you may not. The total population is 2 billion, which is little over 25% of the world population, and 65% of South Asian population lives in predominantly agriculture area, means more of rural areas. 41.6% of people are employed in agriculture. This is about South Asia. 41% of 2 billion population is involved in agriculture. Probably one of the biggest agriculture involving community. And over 21% of population living on less than $2, and 15% of the regional population suffers from undernourishment. This is a contrast to the next thing I am sharing. 8th largest exporter of agri products is India, and where we have malnourishment is a major issue. ECHO's involvement, ECHO has been doing regional events. ECHO has done at least 7 major training programs in South Asia. Over the last 10 years, there has been consistent growing participation of South Asian countries, organizations and missionaries and churches even, and some of the development institutions in ECHO's programs. And ECHO has been translating some of the resources into regional languages. We have wonderful Hindi language resources. And these are some of our next steps we are planning. Like one of the things we were discussing recently with the team is to have regional associates. We have a strategic document, many of you know ECHO's strategic document for the whole world. We are working on coming up with country-specific strategic papers. That is going to be our next immediate step. We are consulting with various organizations and development agencies and churches and even government. We are consulting and coming up with a strategic paper for each nation. We are going to work with in this 8 nations. And we are creating South Asia-based database, which is going to be key in designing some of our initiatives for South Asia. And we also want to have regional language-based materials, resources, and that is going to be one of the major focus in the coming year. And identifying of regional associates. It is not possible for ECHO to have a small team in one location and reach out to this 2 billion population, to these 8 nations. So what we are processing is to identify regional associates in all these nations and use them, or rather equip them or empower them to reach out to their own countries, own communities with agriculture resources. And I think ECHO's role in terms of building a team in each country is going to be a key in this coming year. And another important thing we are working on is to set up demonstration farms in different regions of the country, especially in India, with a huge geography and a huge population. We may have 4 or 5 demonstration farms which are already existing or being set up, and we will use that as resource centers to help the region. Like some of the propositions we were working recently, I had a chance to meet with some leaders in Lausanne a couple of weeks ago. And it's so nice. For me, it's more exciting to see how God is bringing various leaders together, creating a convergence of what we have and what organizations have. For example, Sri Lanka, with the changing in government situation, probably you all know, yesterday was the election in Sri Lanka. Recently, the new president was elected. And we don't know how the things are going to change. But one very good thing was the Evangelical Alliance is coming up with an idea of engaging with the government, and they invited ECHO to come together and create a tripartite agreement. And God willing, in next couple of weeks, I'll be traveling to meet with the newly elected minister or those who are responsible for agriculture. Yesterday, I had a meeting with someone from Sri Lanka in Dallas, and he is quite connected with the government and ministers. And we are going to have a tripartite agreement to help the Sri Lankan government through the Evangelical Alliance to help the agriculture improvement of the country. And I'm so excited. All these opportunities, we never even thought, but then this is coming into existence. Same way in Pakistan. I met with a leader from Pakistan in Lausanne, and this man already he has connection with one of the agriculture institutions in Pakistan, and he is saying, you know, when I was sharing about ECHO, he was almost jumping. He said, you know, I feel, you know, God is bringing something in the right time, and why don't we work together? And I am invited by the government of Pakistan to help, and can you come alongside? You know, this is something, you know, which even I never thought this would happen, but this is happening. And Afghanistan, we had a wonderful meeting just last week. I and Patrick, we had a meeting with one of the leaders working in Afghanistan. This organization was captured and almost shut down, but then they allowed them to work. And now, because we worked long years with him, with this man who is heading the operations in Afghanistan, now we had a nice plan of helping in Afghanistan. So I'm seeing God is making some inroads to different nations of the region, and I'm so excited. You know, everything is working in line with our strategic development, our strategic paper, and also looking at the possibilities. We will have a huge impact in the South Asian region. I was just, you know, thinking on the way when I was traveling to the conference. India is invading into many nations, and ECHO is going to help a lot in terms of helping India to invade into very many nations. Some of you may be looking very strange. What is this guy is talking about? I have not seen any place where there was no Indian restaurant in India, in America or in any other nations. Wherever we go, there is an Indian restaurant. And you know, ECHO is going to play a major role in terms of increasing the agriculture products being exported from India to many nations. Now it is just $51 billion. And I'm sure if we equip our smallholder farmers, this is going to increase in a drastic way. Not only in India, Bangladesh, we lived in Bangladesh for 5 years, predominantly agriculture community, farming community. And the amount of resources we can bring in that can transform the nation like anything. The partnerships with agriculture institutions, the partnerships with educational institutions, academic institutions, partnerships with various faith-based communities, churches, grassroots level organizations. I am already seeing a wide amount of influence in the South Asian region. My wife already started worrying about my travel, and I am already praying God will give a special grace and strength to move around and initiate more partnerships in the coming days. One of the immediate next steps we were discussing is to have a regional agriculture conference in one of the South Asian countries. I would like to invite all of you. Probably in a week's time, we will have these dates ready. I was trying my level best to come out with the dates, but we are still working on the dates. Probably next week, we will know when this is going to be. God willing, we will have a regional agriculture conference in one of the South Asian countries. Most likely it will be in India. There is a good technical university, Christian university, wanting to have a conference in their premises. They are catering to a couple of thousands of students. They have a wonderful agriculture faculty. God willing, we will be hosting or co-hosting this agriculture conference early next year. And some of the prayer items I would like to share. The changing context in South Asia. We request your prayers for a smooth movement of people in different nations. And also, there is a huge amount of realization that this is the time we need to involve in agriculture, especially from the churches, from the faith-based organizations, from the development institutions. So already we have so much of requests, and we believe in collaboration. We cannot meet all this growing demand. We need many people around. We want to create a big number of people who are experts in helping natural farming, and we would like to create a big, in a way, a group of specialists who can come alongside and help. So we request your prayers and also coming alongside ECHO in the region. If you have heart for the region, if you are thinking of involving or already involving, if you have partners already, you're welcome to help us. You're welcome to join hands, and we all can together bless this region. And I have another breakout session in the afternoon. We are going to discuss on how we can strengthen the agriculture work in South Asia region. I invite you to give your advice and counsel and ideas, and let us all work together and make these nations as a blessing. Just one more request. We are into translating some of these resources into regional languages. If you have partners who are working in that region, who have the ability, capacity to translate some of the resources we have, you are welcome. Please give me your information. I would like to get in touch with you. We will take your help. Thank you very much. I think I am done. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Wow, God is doing some amazing things. Thank you, Gladstone, for sharing that. And as Gladstone mentioned, he and his team are based in Chiang Mai, Thailand, currently alongside with the ECHO Asia team there. It's a team of about 25 on a small farm resource center, conference center. And what you're a part of right now is just a microcosm of the larger ECHO global work that's happening through our regional impact centers all around the world. We'll hear in a little bit from our outgoing East Africa Regional Impact Center Director. We have a center there serving East Africa from Arusha, Tanzania. Just saw our director 2 weeks ago at the Accord Conference for West Africa. We have a South Asia team as well as an Echo Asia team, and Lord willing, we will have a Central America and Caribbean Regional Impact Center very soon as well. So God is at work, and as Gladstone mentioned, he will have a breakout this afternoon. So just to encourage, if you're working, serving in that region, if you have connections, partnerships, members of your institutions and organizations that are there, please get in touch with Gladstone. We exist to serve and to partner and come alongside you so that you're more effective in your work and that we're more effective in the work for the kingdom of God. So super exciting. And speaking of that, we will move to our plenary session this morning. I had the wonderful privilege of meeting our first speaker this morning back in Arusha, actually at our biennial symposium for East Africa, which occurred in Arusha last summer. And it was there that I met Robert Morris. I'd heard about this guy, and I met him for the first time. And since then, we see each other quite often. And Robert serves as the senior manager for program innovation at Hope International. And with a strong focus on integrating savings groups and regenerative and sustainable agriculture, Robert has helped teams develop impactful initiatives, including the training of over 25,000 farmers across 6 countries to apply sustainable farming principles alongside community-driven savings and lending with hope. His work illustrates the powerful intersection of agriculture, faith, and economic empowerment, helping to uplift communities in lasting and integral ways. In today's session, entitled Growing Your Garden Together, How Savings and Agriculture Can Combine to Multiply Impact, Robert will share insights from Hope's 4 years of experiencing blending financial literacy with sustainable agriculture to foster resilience and growth in communities worldwide. One other exciting thing, not to embarrass you, Robert, but I feel like I know you well enough. One other exciting thing is that Robert was just recently married, and his wife is here with us as well. And so we're super excited to congratulate him on that and also welcome him up. So please join me in welcoming Robert.
All right. I'm going to try walking around here. Can you hear me? I think the mic's working. Great. Good morning, everyone. It is so good to be here with you. I was just sharing with Abram and Colin last night that one of my favorite things about being at Echo is just the engagement. I see people taking pictures of slides. There's always conversation going on. There's note-taking, and that is not common across the conferences that I go to. Sometimes it's just a checkbox. There's a lot of people are busy with typing emails and things like that, but I love the engagement at Echo. And so I'm really, really excited to be here. This is my 3rd year at Echo, and I still remember walking in here for the first time and seeing, when you get to a conference like this, seeing shoes off and feet folded up on the chairs, and I said, wow, I'm in the right place. This is a nice, relaxing environment. And so it's great to be able to get to share with you today a little bit about our work at Hope International and the work that we're doing with regenerative agriculture and savings groups. I was at the farm yesterday, and Emma Mudd, I think is her last name, from the seed bank, gave a tour of the seed bank. And I was just blown away by the work that Echo is doing. The detail, the precision, the effort that goes into some of these things. And I just remember looking at this flower on a bean tree. And I have walked by, hundreds of rows of beans before. And never had I stopped to look at the flower. And I was amazed by Emma's ability to dissect this flower and tell about the different parts of it and say this is how the seed's going to develop and how you can tell how many seeds are going to come out of this flower. And just the incredible work that Echo is doing. So thank you all so much, all the Echo staff. Thank you so much for hosting us and for the work that you are doing for the kingdom. This is such an encouraging place to come to every year, and it is a blessing that you all are supporting us and supporting the networks that we're a part of in this way. You're a real consolidator. So This is a picture of me before I knew anything about agriculture. This is back in 2018. I was living in Lusaka, Zambia. I was working there out of our office, and we had started a savings group program in Zambia in 2016, 2015, 2016, and we supported all of these savings groups. And I was out supporting our team. There's a couple in there that were working for Hope, and we were conducting surveys with these savings group members. And this was what we call our member satisfaction survey. And the member satisfaction survey assesses how satisfied are you with your savings group, and what could we do to help support you in your efforts to save, in your efforts to mobilize your savings in loans, and be able to support yourself, your family, your community. And on this trip, my eyes were open because we heard time and time again that please come help us support us farm. We have these savings now. We have been mobilized into a trust-built community that allows us to be able to mobilize very effectively. And this is Janine, and Janine had this quote that has stuck out to me. We went to go visit Janine at her farm, and we drove 8 hours from Lusaka out towards the eastern border of Zambia to the border with Malawi. And we then parked our car at one of the main towns out there called Chipata. And we drove in another car that had a little bit bigger tires and a little bit more clearance to get above the bad roads that we were on. And we drove for another kind of hour and a half, 2 hours into the rural area. We parked that car, and we then walked. And I was in clothes similar to this. It was probably about 90 degrees. And by the time we got to this plot, I was just like dripping in sweat. It was a real good look. And here I'm trying to understand what Janine is up to, and she's out there working so hard, and I'm this foreigner who came in is like just sweating walking to her field, let alone doing any of the actual work. And so we walked for another hour and a half, and this is an incredibly remote area. And as you can see, they're strawberry farmers, and Janine is part of a savings group, and the savings group that she is part of decided that collectively they would group their funds to rent this field. And this field was about $50 for the entire year. And they produced strawberries that then got put on a motorcycle, driven down the road that we had come on, back on that hour and a half road, and then ultimately ended up back into one of the bigger towns or settlements. And this was the first time that I had really seen how savings groups and agriculture can combine for impact. And so from there, I came back from this trip loaded with reasons why we should invest in agriculture. These were all the gifts that the savings groups gave us as we visited them. So you can see there's groundnuts, there's sugarcane, there was strawberries, and in that box right in the middle is a chicken. When they handed it to me, I didn't know quite what to do or say, except thank you. And this chicken, as traumatized as it was, lived with me in my Lusaka property for the next year or so. But so grateful for the farmers that we had in our savings group network. So a little bit about myself. As Abram shared, I just recently got married in May, and my wife, Carolee, is here. I'm so glad that she could join for today. But I was born and raised in South Africa, and my dad was born and raised on a farm in Iowa and was a hog farmer. And all my years growing up, we saw a lot of agriculture taking place in our rural village in South Africa, and it was a largely subsistence environment. My dad himself raised probably about half of our food, I was exposed to agriculture a lot growing up, but myself never really got involved until I was working at Hope and back in 2020. Most of my work has been in Southern and East Africa with savings groups, I had never heard of a savings group In that terminology, in South Africa, they have what are called stokvels, which are the rotating, the Raska groups, where everybody saves, and then at each month, one person collects those savings. Now I'm based in Raleigh, North Carolina, and I support on our innovation and new initiatives, and Hope's work has been largely around agriculture in the last 4 or 5 years. And we're grateful that 2 of our Hope agriculture experts are here. Jess Horwood is our agriculture manager, and Matthew Von Herbulis is our Sowers of Hope manager, which a lot of you are probably familiar with Matthew. He shared last year here at Echo. So it's great to have some Hope presence here, and we are, I would say, as an organization, Jess and Matthew are certainly experts. As an organization, we're still taking baby steps. We're 4 or 5 years into this journey training farmers, and we're grateful for the support that Echo has been to us, and many of you in this room have been to us as we have learned along this journey. And I'll talk more about partnership later. But at Hope, we invest in the dreams of families in the world's underserved communities as we proclaim and live the gospel. And I'm going to share a little bit more about what we do through a video. And we focus on training, savings, loans, and discipleship. This is the combination that Hope pursues, not as their mission, but as their method. And so we approach our work through these different elements. And the video that you'll watch, we did a process several years ago creating our theory of change. And so our theory of change was turned into a video, which felt a little bit more accessible. So we'll watch this together, and then I'll share a little bit more after that.
All around us, we see the negative effects of our broken relationships with God, self, others, and the rest of creation. This is poverty. What would it be like for churches to join God in restoring broken relationships, fighting poverty in all these areas? At Hope International, we come alongside church partners and ministries to equip them to launch their own savings group ministries. This is one way that churches seek to bring about holistic transformation in their communities. How does this work? First, Hope partners with a broader network of churches or ministries. Hope equips the partner to provide orientations and cast vision for church leaders who promote and find volunteers for the savings group ministry. Hope also equips the partner to facilitate trainings for church staff and volunteers who form, train, and disciple savings groups based out of local churches. As the groups meet, save, and borrow from each other, they also pray, study the Word of God, and form relationships of trust and mutual support. Maria, a single mother who has felt unloved and unwanted, begins to see her God-given worth and has a safe place to save for her children's school fees and for emergencies. Moise, once isolated from his community, experiences the love of God through relationships and accesses a loan to start a chicken business. Fatima, a shop owner, learns that her true provision is from the Lord, and in turn invests her experience into the growing businesses of her group. The savings group celebrates a year of stewarding their finances and relationships well by giving a gift to the church and purchasing land to farm together. A multi-layered structure of coaching, mentoring, and support is set up between Hope, the church partner, and local churches to support their savings group ministry. All around the world, local churches are using savings group ministries to address poverty and restore broken relationships in their communities. How can you envision the impact of a savings group ministry in your community?
All right, so hopefully that gives you a little bit of a sense of how Hope approaches our work with savings groups. Savings groups are embedded through the local church, where we train volunteers to support their congregation and their community in forming and sustaining savings groups. And so we work globally, both with savings groups as well as our MFI institutions. So our microfinance institutions, we operate a network of banks around the world. And we operate with offices in some of these countries, but oftentimes through partners. And so we work through what we call SG Multiply, which is where we can come alongside you and your organization to help embed a savings group ministry into the work that you're doing. And so we love partnership. We are big fans of what others are doing. I don't know, our CEO, Peter Greer, recently wrote a book called Rooting for Rivals. And this is a big posture that we take at Hope of really acknowledging we are not the sole solution. We are not how the Great Commission is going to be accomplished. It's through partnership. It's through all the work that we are doing throughout the world and our different skills, our abilities, our backgrounds. But we had, and we talked about this yesterday. I loved what Tabitha shared about the 4 key relationships, and we'll see that here again. But you saw that in our theory of change. And so we have relationship with God, we have relationship with self, with others, and with, what's the last one? Creation. Did you see anything distinct in our model that addressed the creation aspect? Was there anything that stood out to you? Not in particular, at least not to me. And so we started asking ourselves at Hope, what about the land? What are we doing to restore this 4th key relationship? And so as we saw yesterday, this holism in our approach to ministry lacked some specific elements. And so we said, how can we focus on this 4th key relationship? And this led us down a journey in 2019, 2020 of exploring what would it look like to invest in agriculture for our savings group members. Thinking of farmers like Janine and the work that she's doing in rural Zambia to provide for herself and her family, and the innovation and ingenuity of the savings group to rent this land and get their product to market. How could we support and enable more farmers to do the same? Not only that, but we saw, as we have all felt, but just to name these things, a number of external factors that were playing into this alignment of timing of what God is doing in the story of Hope. And so we see through the war in Ukraine, through the climate change environment that we're living in, this global food security crisis, and the cost of living has gone up through global inflation. And so as we look at just the way that creation is groaning, creation is saying, please, please, be kind, be gentle, be nourishing. And then lastly, also this kind of renewed emphasis of the regenerative agriculture movement and a smallholder farmers moving away from factory farming. And so these external factors aligned with some of the things that were going on internally at Hope to lead us here, where these are chaya trees. Gosh, why am I telling you that? You guys all know that this is chaya. This is Echo. We were sitting in a session a few days ago. It was the evening session about the work that Terrafina is doing in Haiti. And I don't know the family that I was sitting next to, but a little 4-year-old boy saw the chaya leaves, and the question was asked, what tree is this? And this little 4-year-old boy said, chaya! And I was like, wow, I didn't know what chaya was until like 3 years ago. But these plants actually came from Echo last year. And I live in North Carolina, so they have to stay in pots, unfortunately, because I'm going to trim them back and take them inside for the winter. But our theory behind what savings groups and agriculture can do can be compared to the two sizes of the pots here, and you can see the difference in performance between my chaya trees. So I just used what I had at home. I took my chaya trees and stuck them in the pots with some soil that I had, and you can see the difference in the health and the size of the chaya tree based off of the room that it had to grow. And at Hope, we believe that savings groups and agriculture create room for each other to grow. And there's a natural synergy between the two that allow each one to thrive in the environment that they are investing in different types of training, different types of resources, different activities for us as an organization. But the synergy is really, really powerful. And this is backed up by a lot of research, but I'll show you a little bit more of the research that we've done in the past couple of years as well. So as we started on this journey for our agriculture initiatives, we wanted to look at our impact framework and say, what are the things that we hope to prioritize as an organization? and how do we hope to go about our work. So this is specifically the lane for agriculture as we look at food security, nutritional diversity, and creation care. What we found and what we've seen for years is that savings groups can save a lot of money, but when their crops fail and when they don't have enough food for their family, they end up spending all this precious savings on just putting food on their table, and they don't actually break this cycle of poverty. And so the concept behind investing in smallholder farmers is to build this resilience, not just in the land itself, but also for those savings groups members to be able to invest beyond just the first rung of getting food on the table. But they can invest in their children's education. They can invest in expanding the operations of their farm and of their small businesses. And so we saw this mandate for us to increase the resilience. And all of this was done in the context of our savings groups, which are, as we saw in the video, biblically based, discipleship based, church centric, and in the context of these savings groups. And so as we looked at kind of some different approaches, at Hope, I won't go into the details of our specific agriculture methodologies. I would be very happy to talk about those with you and share more of the specifics. But we use Foundations for Farming and Sowers of Hope. And in general, this is not universal in our approaches, but we have seen instances where we lead with savings groups first, and where we integrate the Foundations for Farming methodology into an existing savings group. And so we will identify through a criteria that we send to the local churches and to the savings groups, hey, who is a qualified candidate for a lead farmer? Who is an exemplary farmer who's typically an early adopter, someone who is excited to experiment with new methodologies and new techniques, and has the time and availability to serve their savings group, someone of good character, someone who's investing in the savings group. And by and large, we find them, and they do a great job at receiving trainings and then translating those trainings back to their savings groups in a trainer of trainers approach. And so on the agriculture first side, as you've heard from Matthew about his Sowers of Hope program in previous years, if you've been here, we lead with agriculture training. And agriculture training probably doesn't do Sowers of Hope justice. And Sowers of Hope is so much more than that. It really does invest in the dignity of farmers and in the theology of farming. And as a result, good regenerative principles are taught of which farmers can innovate and explore the different methods and specific practices that are part of the principles. And so this often starts with the agriculture training, and then those farmers over the course of their training as lead farmers, who we call commissioned sowers, go back into their communities, train farmers, and they form savings groups from the farmers in the community and in the church. So these are our two different methods. But this is kind of where we are today. I'm going to share a little bit of our kind of how we got here. And so there's two things that I wanted to share about here around designing and listening. And the listening will lead into some of the results of the agriculture and savings group trainings that we've had. And so as with most things, when we started in agriculture, it kind of felt mostly like this. It was kind of a scramble. There was a great idea, there was the vision, but it was a little chaotic. And we often went forward and then backwards, and sometimes we still go forward and backwards. And this is just the nature of doing new and hard things, especially integrating something like agriculture into an existing organization where there's a lot going on. And so really navigating these innovations, we do have an innovation process which I think helps smooth some of these elements of integrating agriculture, but it wasn't always easy. And so we started with identifying the challenge, exploring different solutions. And so we have worked with a number of different organizations and a number of different partners who have helped us explore our kind of lane in agriculture and how we support smallholder farmers, and then designing and testing and really learning what are the most effective long-term approaches for Hope and our network. And we're in this process now of really shifting from being in pilot mode to being in implementation mode and really scaling up the work that we're doing with agriculture. And Lord willing, over the next 5 or so years, we're hoping to train 100,000 farmers across our network in regenerative agriculture. And so as we look at the design principles that have been most helpful for us, I just wanted to cover a lot of these and share a little bit more about how these have really impacted us. Because oftentimes we have really good intentions, and we can be super smart. And I would not doubt that there are some incredibly smart people in this room. But sometimes we don't get it right. And where we had this beautiful design, and we've seen this at Hope with our agriculture work. We have this incredible design. It looks great in principle and in theory. It is so powerful. And our theory of change is incredible. And we're going to see communities transformed. And meanwhile, the user, is just going about their day-to-day life. Hope is just another part of another nonprofit that has come into their community and said, we can help you. So I would really encourage you, as you're on your journey, if you're sitting here thinking, yeah, our ministry design is healthy, this is not us, you're probably the person I'm talking to most. We need to continually be listening and understanding where our users are at. So in this case, what are local farmers experiencing? What are what are the pressures that they're under? How are they approaching their agriculture? What does it mean to them? And so these are just some ways that we have used, and I know these are small. I'm also very happy I have a folder with all of these different resources that I've put up here that I'll be happy to share with all of you here. But these are actually ones that I've just used in the past couple of weeks, looking at exploring a frontier community in Zimbabwe using the Persona Canvas and using the jobs, pains, and gains to understand what different stakeholders might be experiencing. And so I'd encourage you to employ these tools, really build a deep sense of empathy for those that you're working with and aiming to serve. And this is not just your customer might not be the farmer alone. There's a number of stakeholders, and we'll talk about that in a little bit. But just keep in mind that this is not just for the farmer. There's a lot of different aspects to the work that need to be incorporated. So really keep the customer or the end user in mind. Also develop a deep understanding of your context. Having grown up in South Africa, these trucks, oh my gosh, this was like so confusing to me. Why would you do this when you only drive it on the interstate? We don't even have this in rural Zambia to transport those strawberries. But there's a lot to say about culture when we look at a raised truck. So the reality is, when you look at it, these things are very unsafe. They are very unpractical. It's hard to get in them. It's hard to get out of them. And they're very expensive. It's hard work. It takes a lot of money to raise your truck like this. And not only that, it uses a ton more fuel. I think for like every few inches that you raise your truck, it's like shifting down a gear while you're driving on the interstate. Like the amount of fuel that they use is crazy. So why do people do it? And this is what I think we'll see in the communities that we work in. We're like, what? Why do people do this? Well, in reality, they're expressing something about themselves. They're expressing something about their community. And so we see that this represents power, strength, autonomy, and freedom, and wealth, and status in society. And so next time you see one, and there might be other reasons, but this is a cultural expression. And similarly, as you're working in the communities that you're in, I would encourage you to look for the cultural expressions that you're seeing. Understand the context that you're working in. On the left side here of this picture is a traditional cooking stove. And on the right side is a rocket stove that we had trained on in Burundi. And the difference here was that the rocket stove used a seventh. So they used to go through a bag of wood a day on the stove on the left, which is their traditional cooking stove, or a bag of wood a week on the right for the rocket stove. It cost less than $2 to make this rocket stove from local clay and local materials. And this was an easy home run for us in terms of look at the cost savings. But what we learned, so we saw that the open flame is less safe, lots more smoke. It's less practical because it doesn't have a natural base to sit on, and you can't put your pot on it. And it's more expensive because you use more wood. But what we failed to take into account is that these stones, the three base stones, are handed down from generation to generation. Those stones belonged to the mothers, to the grandmothers, who you used to sit around the fire with and cook. And so they represented this tradition, this legacy, and honoring your elders. And so it wasn't as simple as selling kind of the economic value of these rocket stoves. We really had to understand the context, meet them where they're at, and say, yes, keep them side by side. And when you want to use your nostalgic stove to prepare your food, when you're feeling lonely one day and you just want to remember your grandmother, when you're hosting parties and things like that, use your traditional stove. And here's an alternative that might be a little faster, a little cheaper during the week. And so understanding those contexts. And so, like I mentioned, I would really encourage you, look closely at the cultural artifacts that you're seeing. Look at these things happen and are in place for a reason. They're not random and they're not ill-informed. There's rich, deep layers of culture that we don't see as we are engaging with the communities that we're a part of. And so if you feel like you really understand the culture that you're part of, I'm talking to you because you probably don't. I work alongside a number of colleagues, even in the United States, and I still don't understand where they're coming from some days. The Lord has given us all different experiences and different backgrounds, and we're all espousing and we're all displaying cultural artifacts about ourselves. As we look at ways that you can understand your culture and context, again, I'll share all these resources. I won't spend too much time here. But looking at community asset mapping, publicly available data sets are great resources that we've learned a lot from. We heard about Stratus the other day. That is a great resource as well. And just spending time and listening. And working with local churches. They're often a great resource to help you understand and learn more about the communities that you're working in. And then, like I've mentioned several times, partner well. In your design process, I can tell you that hope would be nowhere today in agriculture had it not been for the wealth of knowledge and experience that we have received from our partners. And they really help shorten the learning experience. And so in terms of where we are at now, where we would have been if we had gone at this alone, versus where we are today because of partners like what we saw on this previous slide, they've all taught us so much about how to approach regenerative agriculture well. And the work that we are doing now is in a large part because of the information, the knowledge, the expertise that we have from this plethora of partners. And these are just some of them. And I would encourage you, if you're looking to design either for regenerative agriculture or backwards into another space, say your primary work is in regenerative agriculture and you see other aspects, look for partners who are already doing it. Root for your rivals. Do the work that you are doing well, and then seek others who are doing the work that they do well. And really ask yourself, how can we be good partners? What does it mean not to look for the right partner? I think we hear this analogy in marriage a lot, like don't look for the right person, but become the right person. And there's organizations that are really easy to partner with because they've asked themselves this question: how can we be a really, really good partner? And what does that look like for us to engage well with other organizations? So that's on the designing side. On the listening, and we'll get to see some of the results here from some of our work with savings groups. But really understanding, again, like I was saying, on the empathy building, your stakeholders look fairly diverse. And so this is a stakeholder map that we use for agriculture and really mapping out who's who. we've got our staff, we've got our donors, we've got our partners, we've got our beneficiaries and farmers, and how are we engaging with each of them? How are we having a plan for how we are going to internalize the things that we need to from each of these partners? And I would encourage you again, listen again, 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 and again, and again, and again. Don't ever stop listening to your stakeholders and really, really build that empathy. And again, when you've felt like you've listened and you've got it all together, you're who I'm talking to. Listen again. Really re-engage those stakeholders and find out as much as you can about them and the role that they're playing in your work to maximize the impact for those communities that we're serving. As you're listening, this is the framework that we use. As we're designing and proposing, we build these baseline assessments, and then we engage in monitoring and conducting a more qualitative midline assessment where we engage in kind of the experiential piece, not the impact piece of the work that we're doing before conducting a final endline survey. And we've used a couple of different methodologies, one being the difference in difference methodology, which is a quasi-experimental where we will engage with savings groups who have not received agriculture training, ask them about their farming, engage with the experiences that they have, and then also survey and conduct listening with those who have received both agriculture and savings group training. And we can compare the difference between the two stakeholders to say, what is the difference between those who have received both trainings and those who have just received the savings group training? And so this has been our approach to what we call at Hope listening, monitoring, and evaluation. We'll see some of the results from these surveys here in a few minutes. Lastly, in terms of articulating our outcomes, and as I mentioned, a theory of change is a really powerful way for you to galvanize your team and the work that you're doing around specific language. Because when we say engage in regenerative agriculture, that could mean a number of things. When we say we're creating impact in the communities that we're serving, that can mean a number of things. And so the theory of change can help us to align in our language that we're using, align in the definitions that we have. And so these are the two different theories of changes that we have at Hope for agriculture. The one on the bottom left is for our Foundations for Farming work, and the one on the right is for our Sowers of Hope. And we spent months talking about these different theories of changes and how we actually structure our activities and our plans to lead towards impact. And so as you're developing your programs or you're rethinking elements of your programs that you're investing in, the theory of change can help you tinker a little bit more and understand the difference between outcomes and outputs. It's great and well for us to stand up here and say we've trained 25, 30,000 farmers, but has there actually been impact? That stat is in and of itself just an output of our efforts, but it's not an outcome of the work that we're doing, and we'll explore the outcomes here in just a few minutes. We saw a little bit about what our methodology is in terms of the agriculture that we're doing. We looked at how it was developed and some of the design components and the listening approaches that we've used. But let's dig into some of the results here. So as we were measuring and learning from the work that we're doing with savings groups and agriculture, overall, we've been pretty encouraged. There are a number of indicators that show the combination of savings group training and agriculture training is more effective. And so these are just two graphs here that show some of the more material changes in savings groups. And so if you're familiar with the Multidimensional Poverty Index, it looks not just at poverty as a $2 a day or less, or $3 a day or less, or minimum wage. It looks at the intensity of poverty. And it looks at the different factors of purchasing price parity and the participation in the economy based off of your income level. So Actually, a great example of this is Thailand, where ECHO has their regional impact center. And Thailand, even though has a lot of people living in poverty, the relatively low cost of living, lots of local production, means that even if you are living in poverty, you can typically still participate in the economy. Whereas a lot of countries in Africa where they're importing a lot, local production is very low, access to healthcare, education are almost non-existent in a lot of contexts. If you're earning $2 a day or less, your ability to participate in the economy is next to nothing. And so MDPI looks at the different factors of poverty and measures them according to how many female children do you have in school? What roofing material do you use on your house? What is your distance to water, to fresh drinking water? And it creates this index. And so we measured all of the different factors in the MDPI for groups that were being trained on savings groups alone, and then also groups that were being trained on savings groups and agriculture. And this was during COVID. So we started this program in 2020, and so we took the baseline in 2020, and we measured the end line in 2022, in December 2022. And you can see that over the course of the 2 years that the participants who were just in savings groups, the intensity of their poverty actually increased. So here, lower is better. We want to see a lower score. And so you can see for that control group, their poverty actually went up. It was more intense. Whereas for the treatment group, who was receiving both the savings group training and the agriculture training, we saw a decrease in the poverty in those communities. And so this was a hugely encouraging result because it's not just about one factor. It's about multiple factors that combined to create a difference in their communities. So the difference between the increase in the control group and the decrease in the treatment group was about 39%. And so we can see the synergies that are created between the two. The second one is the amount of savings that a household has. So this is measured in the number of months. So a household that, again, both had received the savings group training. This is still higher than average, I would say, at the pre-treatment stage, where they had about half a month to 3/4 of a month, so 2 to 3 weeks worth of savings that they could leverage in case of an emergency. And you could see, thankfully, for both groups over the course of the 2 years, the savings went up. And so we were encouraged for that based off of the context, right, of COVID, the challenges of the global economy, of inflation, and everything that was happening in the world at that time. And so we were encouraged to see that the savings increased. But you can see the difference between those that received both the agriculture and the savings group training, and the amount of savings that they were able to accumulate through increased yield, through having to purchase less food for their family, being able to sell more of their harvest. And so we were really encouraged by the results of this survey and the work that we were doing in Burundi. And this was alongside, I don't know if Milmer is still here. I haven't seen Milmer this morning yet, but this was done alongside Plant with Purpose. And we worked with Plant with Purpose to train our farmers, and we trained on the savings groups, and Plant with Purpose trained on the agriculture. And so it was a really awesome combination of leveraging the expertise of both organizations. These are some results that point more towards not just the material change, but as we were talking about, the holistic change of our savings group members and the farmers that we're serving. And so these are results from Sowers of Hope, from the program that Matthew heads up. And the change here over time is from, this one was not a difference in difference. There was no control group for this study, but it looks at the motivation behind farming before they received their training and after they received their training. And what I want to point out here is particularly the belief that I farm because I believe that God has called me to farm. and the decrease in the number of farmers who said, I farm because I don't have the choice to do anything else. And this really speaks to calling, to dignity, and the impact that these trainings have on creating not just better farming practices, but a holistic worldview as to why I'm doing what I'm doing. And if you understand your calling, I would petition to say that you're going to care more about the work that you're doing over the long term. And so it really is encouraging to see the increase in those that say, I farm because I want to farm and because I believe that God has called me to farm. Another example of this is the level of production and showing how many more between the baseline before they started the training and after they finished it were producing not just for themselves, not just at a subsistence level, but at a small-scale commercial level. And you can see the drastic increase there in the number of farmers that are reporting selling most of their production to local markets and customers. And so it really is encouraging to see the change over time in these farmers who are receiving the Sowers of Hope training. And then this one to me is just a really encouraging example of the holistic impact between the different domains that we focus on at Hope. And so these farmers in the Sowers of Hope program indicated what is the most significant change from your participation. And so we see some of the results here around I can now share important agriculture techniques with other farmers, which is great, right? This is a multiplication of the work that we're doing. It's an incredible testament to these farmers understanding their worldview of how they should be equipping not just their own family, but they're actually equipped now in order and for the purpose of equipping others in their communities. They are now ministers of the gospel through the land to their farmers in their community. They can save more money to make investments, and now they can grow enough food, not just for their own family, but to share with others. I can't remember which session it was in, but an incredible indicator of what we would see as successful transformation in communities is not just when an individual is able to support themselves, but when they reciprocate that generosity beyond into the communities that they're serving. That is really when we see the power of the gospel at work in being a light for Christ in the communities that these farmers are a part of. So I really am encouraged by the work that God is doing through agriculture and savings groups at Hope, and very grateful for, again, the support from all the different partners that we've worked alongside. And I just want to leave us with one final story here about Timothy. He is a Burundian farmer, and I just love how Timothy's story shows the combination of the power of the savings group and the agriculture training that he's received. And Matthew and I were standing in the field together when we heard Timothy's story in Burundi a few years ago. And those behind Timothy are watermelons on the right and tomatoes on the left. And he is a farmer in Rutana, which is a province in Burundi. And he was receiving the trainings that were conducted with our partners at Plant with Purpose. And he used to only farm staple crops. And he used to only farm the sustenance that he needed. But through the trainings, he started planting fruit and vegetables. But he had this problem where he, again, lived in a very remote area and had to travel a significant distance to get his product to market. And so he would take his product up to 2 hours away to be able to get them to the market. But he was able to take the profit from those sales, as well as a loan from his savings group. He's a church facilitator in our savings group program, as well as what Plant with Purpose calls an endogenous facilitator, so he was actually equipped to both train on the savings group and on the agriculture methodology. And he took the savings that he had and a loan from his group and the profit from his farm, and he used it to buy a smartphone. And he then posted pictures of his produce on WhatsApp and on Facebook. And then these trucks started coming to him and started picking up his produce. it was incredible to hear his testimony about how the Lord had empowered him through this farming and through the savings group to be able to not just provide for himself and his family, but he had started employing others as well to help him with his work. And so this, to me, just demonstrates more than the numbers, these stories of people's lives changed, of the work that is taking place through the combination of these interventions. And I'd really encourage you, if you're interested in learning more about how to start and support a savings group ministry, or some of the more specifics around the work that we're doing in regenerative agriculture, please come talk to us. I put my contact details up there. You can reach me through the Whova app. You can come up to me afterwards. Would love to share more. But thank you all so much. I am going to wrap it up there and also leave with one last slide. If you are based in East Africa or have connections in East Africa, we are hosting a joint symposium alongside ECHO for the East Africa community. And those are the dates for that are 25th through 27th of February. And we would love to have as many people there as possible. So Erwin will be there. He's speaking here in a few minutes. I'll be there, a number of Hope staff, and we'd love to see a number of others come and learn specifically about appropriate technologies, regenerative agriculture, come and network with other organizations doing work in East Africa. So thank you all so much.
Wow, thank you, Robert. Thank you. There it is. Wow, thank you so much. That was great. And for the plug for the upcoming biennial symposium as well. Such a dense presentation, but we are glad to have that. And we have a bit of time for some questions. We want to make sure that we end on time because this will be our last coffee break networking exhibition event here. But we have a little bit of time for some questions. So looking out, are there any questions from the floor? We'll have some speakers, or sorry, some microphones going around.
Can you hear me? All right, there we go. So when going to a creative access country, have you been able to use this as like a visa platform? And also, how receptive have the governments been with this model, knowing that you hope to be able to partner with a church at some level?
Yeah, that's a great question. So typically with Hope's kind of public position on faith and how we are very externally faith-based, when it comes to closed context countries, we've worked almost exclusively through partners. And so we have not done anything with visa access with regards to the kind of closed country opportunities that there are. But we work with a number of partners across South Asia, across East Asia, who are working in closed contexts with the savings group model. To your second question, we found particularly across East Africa, there's a number of new legislation that are coming in that regulate savings groups. There's a ton more emphasis from governments on how can we tax this savings group money? How can we ensure that the savings group members are protected? So there's some good intention, some challenging intention, but the legislation is playing a bigger and bigger role in our operating environments. And with agriculture, we've had to engage a lot more with local government in terms of working with agriculture extension officers, ensuring that before we go into a community that we're engaging with local government to share the types of methodology and techniques that we're training on, get their blessing and work closely with them. So local government is featuring more and more in the work that we're doing. And oftentimes they're very excited. Matthew can share more stories about that from Rwanda, but he's probably engaged with it the most out of our groups at Hope. Yeah.
Love that. Sharing about the legitimacy that brings. We have. Yes. Where is that?
I will ask you in Spanish.
Would you mind standing up so we can see where the question's coming
okay.
from? Thank you.
I will ask you in Spanish. He's my translator.
No problem.
En su experiencia, ¿por qué creería que muchos proyectos que vemos de agricultura no tienen los préstamos, no tienen este programa de préstamo.
So, in your experience, why do many projects like this not already have small loans?
From the agriculture perspective.
De perspectiva del agricultor o cualquier, whatever perspective you like to answer
Sure.
that.
Yeah, so I think in terms of savings groups, we often find that when we are introducing savings groups into a community, that individuals and communities collectively have been burned by savings groups in the past. There's a significant lack of trust, and our friends at Chalmers will know the house of principles, and the rock is Jesus, but the foundation of a good and healthy savings group is trust. And so without that trust, whether it's a formal banking institution or a community VSLA savings and loan group, without trust, no money's changing hands. And so I think a lot of the work that we have to do within communities to help increase access to finance is increase levels of trust. And a large part of why we work through local churches, a large part of why we engage with local governments and different stakeholders like that is to build this foundation of trust. And that is really built out very strongly throughout the Restore curriculum. Yeah.
Sir, yes.
Yeah, thank you. From what you shared, in order to establish a baseline, have your outcome-based results, the whole process, out of $100, how much do you need to invest in research and measurement, in order for your program to be effective and to still fulfill the goals of the programs?
Yeah, good question. Yeah, the listening, monitoring, and evaluation budget is not a huge percentage of the work in terms of the financial piece of it, but it is a significant time and effort on top of the money that is spent, because the design time to make sure you're asking the right questions, ensuring that it aligns with your theory of change, to do good research does take a lot of time and effort. I would say between like 5 and 7% is typically what we budget for on monitoring and evaluation, and that would include ongoing kind of listening activities as well, not just the baseline and the end line. But it does vary by project size and by the context in which we're working. Yeah, thanks for that question.
I love that you included listening as part of that, and your whole process as well. Are there any questions from this side of the room? I know there's a few more over here. Yes, Erwin.
Go for it. Would you speak to inclusivity for Muslims and non-believers in your groups?
Yeah, good question. So Hope's work has, I'll share a little bit of a background. So between up until about 2020, 2021, we worked in majority Christian environments where there was a relatively stable kind of economy in a lot of our environments, and we really felt the call to reach more frontier communities within the countries that we're serving and beyond. And so within Hope, we had a kind of a desk assessment of each country, identifying other religious communities as well as marginalized communities, and intentionally looked at strategies and approaches to serve those communities. So we do have an increasing number of savings groups that have Muslim members, that have Hindu and Buddhist backgrounds, and we are seeing sometimes, depending on the context where it's appropriate, we are careful with this, but we will adjust the language of our curriculum a little bit. Speaking about God and Jesus in a Muslim environment is not necessarily a bad thing, but how we position them and the wording. So in Malawi, we've worked in the Mangochi region, which has a large Muslim population. In Burundi, we've worked a lot with Muslim communities as well. And honestly, it's been generally very positive outcomes from those. We also, through SG Multiply, serve a lot more frontier and unchurched, non-believing communities through our partner organizations. Yeah, thanks, Erwin.
Good question. I think we have time for one more question, if there are any. Well, Robert will be around the rest of the day to continue to answer questions. Thank you so much for sharing your journey with us, and it's been a blessing to have you.
Thanks, Erwin. Yeah, appreciate it.
Well, with that, I just have a few announcements, and before we go out to more networking, more coffee, and to visit the booths and exhibitions. One of them is that if you did not yet tell registration that you would like a certificate, now is the time to do that. Please make sure that you do it now so that we can get working on those. And so that's going to be really important. And then I'm going to call up our Director of North America Regional Impact Center, Dr. Grace Miller, to give a few more announcements. Over to you, Grace.
Thank you, Abram. I have some really, really cool announcements, so pay attention. Stop texting, okay, just for a minute. Okay, so the first one is we have a post-conference survey. You've heard about M&E, assessment, evaluation. You can help me get some data, okay? Because my boss wants the data, so I got to get the data, okay? So one motivation, see, I was a college professor for 32 years. It's called extra credit. They never do their work, and the last week of the semester, they ask for extra credit, right? I'm like, the whole semester was extra credit. So the extra credit is this. If you do the post-conference survey, we can trace you. You get $5 off next year's conference. I mean, $5 is $5, okay? So, so please fill out the post-conference survey. It's on Whova, okay? If you're having difficulty getting on Whova, talk to our registration people, but definitely do that. The next thing is we will do a group photo before we load the buses today. So go ahead and, comb your hair and do whatever. And we will take that group photo, and it's like herding cats, so we need to move out there very expediently, okay? And the last one is also very important. At 6 o'clock tonight, we have our closing ceremony, and it includes dinner. So if you go on Whova, it says something like closing ceremony, dinner, it's all in the lobby. And so I've already had a few people say, we're all just going to stand in the lobby. Well, it's the lobby and the ballroom, okay? So we're going to have food out there, you're going to mingle, and then we'll have the closing ceremony in here. So please don't miss that at 6 o'clock. So that's it. So post-conference survey for extra credit, the photo, and then the banquet or the dinner tonight at 6. And I think we're ready for a break. All right. Thank you very much. Get up and network.
You're going to do that? Oh, good. That'll be good. Put it on the piano. Oh, maybe not really. Maybe on a chair would be better, wouldn't it? So Eduardo, don't say that. No, I'll still be a volunteer. Okay. Yeah. I'm going to put this here. I'm supposed to be called up.
All right, let's go ahead and reconvene. If you're out in the lobby, we are getting started again. All right, let's get back into the plenary session so we can start. Anyone out in the lobby still? We invite you to come back in. Train is about to leave the station in 34 seconds. And your lunch will be dependent on how quickly we get done. There's still a few more people trickling in. All right, well, we're going to go ahead and start so we can stay on time. And usually I don't prepare notes for introducing dear friends and colleagues and partners that I've known, but I wanted to write a few things to introduce our next speaker. And our next speaker is an immense friend of mine. Erwin Kinsey is our outgoing director of ECHO East Africa, based in Arusha, Tanzania, and I will let Erwin share more about how long he's been in Tanzania, but it's been a long time. And I've had the incredible joy of knowing Erwin since 2012 when the RIC was started in Arusha. And I'm so blessed, as you will be as well, to have him here with us. He's been here for a while, and he'll stay around for a while longer because Erwin is retiring in just another day. Tomorrow's his official last day. We'll share a little bit more about the plans for that. But Erwin brings an incredible 35 years of experience in promoting food security and sustainable agriculture in East Africa. He has a bachelor's of science in animal science and a master's in rural development from the University of London, SOAS. And Erwin worked extensively with Heifer International and the Global Service Corps before joining ECHO over a decade ago. And besides overseeing the operations and regional training, research, and demonstration of our East Africa team of around 13 plus up to 25 interns from the region at any given time, it's quite the place. He has authored numerous farmer training manuals, including one on camels. And I actually learned this. Funny story is that I did not know that Erwin had authored a book on camels. I shouldn't have been surprised. But I was at the Seoul Lausanne gathering, and it was there. I met a lady, an Austrian lady living and working in Tanzania. And she had heard about this Kinsey guy at ECHO East Africa. And so she traveled 5 hours overland to meet with Erwin and learn about camels. And turns out is that Erwin was instrumental during Heifer in introducing camels to Tanzania as dryland adapted appropriate livestock. So she met with Erwin, and he, in her recollection, she was asking about camels, and what do you know about camels? Because I'm interested. And Erwin went over and pulled off a dusty book on camels that he'd authored years ago and gave it to her. And to this day, she has camels and is doing a lot with camels in her context. So I had to go to Seoul to learn that about Erwin, but it's a small world. And so we're so blessed to have Erwin here with us this morning. His session will delve into best practices and innovations for supporting smallholder farmers in resource-limited areas, drawing on his deep understanding of agricultural and pastoralist communities across Tanzania in Africa. And I think that's so important. And Erwin, I just want to say, just personally, I love how you've just been such a man of integrity, of humility, of deep empathy as well, and also a man who advocates on behalf of the vulnerable. And you remind us constantly about pastoralists and pastoralism, which occur in some of the most challenging contexts in the world and have are home to some of the most vulnerable people. So we look forward to you sharing and pouring out your wisdom, and it's such an honor and a joy to introduce you as our speaker.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. I'm feeling a little bit dreamy. I've never retired before. How many of you are involved in livestock or have been in or planning to do livestock project works? Raise them high. Oh, it's really not I didn't know I'd be preaching to the choir. It's not bad. So you don't need to be told about the importance of livestock. I had trepidation coming to ECHO, not that I didn't know ECHO well. Bob Hargraves told me that I was the 68th person signed up to receive EDN notes back in probably 1983. I think some people from ECHO went to a heifer event in Little Rock and recruited people for the newsletter. I guess I'd call it that. But I've benefited from being a member of ECHO since then. But a lot of the solutions promoted by ECHO are plant-based. It's kind of like God in plants will create a better world, which is true. But if you go to a heifer event, it's God and livestock. And unfortunately, less and less God. I don't want to talk too much about that, but there's hope for revival of God in any organization, I think. But so I've come to ECHO with a 30-year experience promoting livestock and realizing I knew something about plants, but am I the right person for this job? And it's been the perfect job for me. I'm just so thankful. 10,000, what's it? Blessings all mine and 10,000 beside, we sang this morning. It's really been a wonderful career. And I'm very, very grateful to God. Realizing that I'd be leaving ECHO as a paid staff, and I'll stay on as I've institutionalized to make myself available as a volunteer. But realizing I'd be leaving, I wanted to maybe catalog or document the experience that I had working at heifer. And so I'm kind of going back for 20 years to give this presentation of things I learned over that period of time in my career, because I constantly am meeting people who want to be involved in livestock projects, and I think they're getting started a little bit wrong. Of course, everything is contextualized, and whatever I share, please accept that I don't demand that this is the only way. But there are good ways and there are better ways of introducing especially livestock projects. I'm not going to be really talking about husbandry, and you can learn that at Heart, or you can learn that at ECHO on each individual animal, or I want to send people to ECHO's community. It's robust now with livestock resources. I want to talk more about doing projects. I am a Vermont farm boy. Maple syrup and cows in the barn. But during the Vietnam era, I had friends who were drafted and I wasn't. I got a high lottery number, but had friends who didn't get back. And I wanted to do an alternative service, so I heard about the American Friends Service Committee and went to work in Mexico for 2 years plus as a volunteer. And there I discovered what a blessing it is to work with small farmers. And that changed my outlook totally. I came back, I got a degree, and was on an airplane to Tanzania, which I didn't even know where it was, on the day of my graduation. So that I've been in Tanzania for 47 years, more than you mentioned. And we started off working with the government, and during a socialist period, starting a foundation herd on a 9,000-foot plateau with 1,000 dairy cattle. And I was building barns and installing machines for milking cattle. We were milking 200 cattle by hand when I arrived, and we moved to machines. But it was hard work, but the hardest was that the farm workers didn't have a investment or sense of ownership of the animals, and a lot of them would die for reasons which were just not defensible. And it was really disheartening, to the point that Heifer said to the government, "We will not continue in Tanzania unless you let us work with small farmers." Of course, we tried also to follow I've jumped a bit, we issued animals to villages, and they were to also be owned collectively and managed collectively, and there was a high level of shirking, and no one sensed that it was their own. You would arrive in a village to see how things were going, and the animals weren't being herded, and they weren't being milked even. It was crazy. And so at the same time, there was a Lutheran project. Do any of you have ever met Stan Benson or Dave Simonson? They were two pioneers with a project to start a heifer project in Arusha, and they thought they needed a multiplying farm as well. So they started out with a church farm, and after 3 years, the village did some maneuvering and took the farm away from the church. And in order for the church to do what they had intended, to provide livestock to small farmers, they removed the movable assets, which were 33 cows, and immediately distributed them out to farmers who were not prepared. But they lived, and they lived in the same round houses with their animals, and they really made an impact. And for us, that was a real learning thing, that you don't need a farm. It's a distraction. I'm sorry Hannah left, because I wanted to tell you that there are distractions in livestock development. One of them, I would say quite strongly, is to have a farm to reproduce animals for distribution. Don't do it if you can avoid it. You can buy them on the free market, probably for less cost. That was a big learning for us, and that learning we took all across the country. We worked eventually with over 90 dioceses and synods, and the church, all the denominations, we worked with them. And for many of them, it was the first project they'd had. It was practical outreach to farmers. Every recipient of usually it was dairy cattle in those early years, had a contract to return the first female offspring to new farmers. And that was your breeding herd. And there was a committee in each community. I guess I'm supposed to move you told me to tell stories. So let me say that the presentation is now a best practices note, which ECHO's just put up on the ECHO community. So if I don't get to the slides or what I was supposed to talk about, you can get it through the best practices note. And also on that, Abram talked about pastoralists, and I really want to be a strong advocate for them in East Africa. They are the ones who are the least food secure, the worst hunger, especially in the drought years. And often we don't have any solution to assist. There are ways to assist. There's something called livestock emergency guidelines, which give good ideas to NGOs on how to help relieve and mitigate the suffering of drought or floods. But there's a best practices note, which I had the privilege also to write for ECHO, and I'd like to steer you to the ECHO community for those too. And then I can relax a little bit, because if I don't tell you what I was supposed to or intended to tell you, you can get it anyway. But one big learning was that church farms can be distractions. And I saw it over and over again, wherever, almost without exception, but I don't want to say without exception. There are some good farms being run. I know one, Mavuno. Some of you have heard or know people doing Mavuno. But things happen, like Tim Tanner doing wonderful work on the coast, and then the government decides to work against him, and how difficult then it becomes to continue a very important work. It's better to make farmers your farm. And in fact, we have followed that in ECHO East Africa in keeping a small center, 1 acre, because it forces us off to work with small farmers to do our experimenting. And you don't have the same control as you do in a scientific environment where you can make sure things happen according to the details you need, but the benefit to the farmers is so significant, I would say that. And also giving the authority of decision-making to who gets the loan of a cow or a calf to a community committee, and making sure that there's a cross-cultural or religious membership, gender mix on the committee. It's really empowering, and that trust that we talk about is so needed. It demonstrates that you trust, and it builds an ownership of the process, rather than letting the NGO decide who gets the animals. And I'm not following this at all. Sorry. Am I? Okay, well, there's some contradictions in this presentation of my own, that I've shown what benefit livestock bring to the environment. And then you see here ravines that have been caused by overgrazing of a hillside. So that doesn't really, it can occur that livestock actually can create quite a lot of havoc and diversification. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. Lending cash is pretty risky, and there was a project to issue loans from banks at the same time that we were starting up the Heifer project. And I did an analysis with the bank on who were the recipients and what type of people were getting loans. And it was all people who could afford animals, who had collateral. And surprisingly, the payback was really poor. The bank wasn't getting the paybacks from people who could. But with this in-kind loan program in the community, owned by the community committee, the payback was really quite good. Of course, if an animal died, then there couldn't be a payback. And so it became, an emphasis was more on preparations before. There's some proverbs which teach some very important aspects of livestock development projects. One is Proverbs 24:27. And do you know that when it says, prepare your field first and then build your house? And we would use that to emphasize how important it is to create a feed bank, to feed the animals with fodder trees, fodder grasses. Do it on contours so you're not continuing to lose your soil, and you can harvest your water. And then build the shed and bring the animals. So many people start by getting the animal, and then, oh my goodness, what do we do? There's no feed, and we came to start working with farmers and seeing many who had animals kept indoors in the dark, standing all day and night tied with ropes, standing in a foot of mud. And so we tried to create animal-friendly free stalls, things you can read or learn about. And it was not very quickly adopted, but through using the leverage of a livestock loan you don't get unless you prepare, we could see slowly husbandry changes, which were for the benefit of, you can say it hurts at the time of doing, but once you've done it, you're glad because you get a lot less problems. Even the idea of zero grazing was new for many, and some people are opposed to it, they think that animals should be free, but free to encounter other animals and get sick with diseases and free to get worms. There's a lot of benefits to zero grazing, and so we learned, and that was the message, is confine your animals so that you can keep them safe and free from infection. So this pilot project taught us so many things. We found that the government officers wanted to work with us, but they didn't have vehicles, they didn't have any tools. Often they had salaries, and that's why the church could go to the district's livestock office and say, we'll provide this, and you provide the staff person. Whom do you think has a character that would be a servant to the farmers? And a beautiful collaboration with government and the church to administer these projects, and at much less cost than it would have been if the church tried to go it alone. So these are all learnings. I talked about the integrity of poor farmers. Don't anyone try to convince you that poor people are not generous, or that they're not going to be low-risk loan recipients. They paid back better than those who could afford. Let me. Nathan, you'll just have to coach me afterwards. So I talked already about the importation of 1,000 dairy heifers, and the impact was not there, and it didn't go well. And at the same time, the government started several breeding herds around the country because there was such an interest in dairying. And one thing that was learned was that crossbred animals, Bos taurus to Bos indicus, did do better as a learning point, but that farmers weren't very interested in them. They wanted purebreds. But farmers can make progress faster genetically than they do husbandry-wise. So it was a very good starting point to start with crossbreds and then use a purebred bull, and already in the next generation is almost pure dairy. So don't worry so much about using purebreds. It might not be the best animal anyway. And often people would get animals that were too big for them in their feed. They couldn't manage to feed 2 animals, and having an American Holstein would be like having 2 Jerseys. It's too much for the small farmer to feed. So passing on the gift, I think this is a sacred idea. Heifer wasn't the first to have it. There are many African cultures that have sharing mechanisms of livestock, and the one that we used, we had to actually change after a while. We realized that churches needed funds to continue running their projects, and farmers were willing to give a second offspring if asked. And sometimes to expand the project, they even gave animals to expand the projects into new villages. So I would say recipients of livestock often have too many too soon. Even if a cow produces one offspring per year, I would say typical downfalls for the small farmer were getting the animal bred back soon, and also the lack of adequate feed. So you need a lot of emphasis on having enough feed. And it was we used to tell farmers to have a half an acre or a quarter of an acre of fodder. And that would almost be the most neglected piece of land in their plot, because often they didn't see the benefit and it was just imposed. But when we instead moved to insisting on contours on any land that was even slightly sloping, so the fodder is grown on ditches which gather the water and gather the runoff of the soil. Average 7 tons of topsoil in the district where I live every year from plowed land, 7 tons. Would you allow me to come with a lorry, a truck and load the top half inch of your soil? How many would agree to that? But it's insidious and it happens. It goes by the rainfall. So planting of grass and trees on slopes through the salt method, which you've heard about here at ECHO, the sloping land technology is very appropriate in almost all situations. And so if the animal dies and there's offspring that are living, the contract would pass on to the offspring. And some people thought of it as a gift, and they would say this gift animal, but we would emphasize this is a loan, and it is. And then there's dignity when they pay back the loan. We actually create a celebration, and the community sometimes would gather together. There'd be 3 or 4 pass-ons, and it was a community reason for celebrating. And that was really powerful too, because the people who, when they received the animal, they kind of had not a lot of dignity. They were recipients. But when they became donors, it's magic. I mean, it's more than magic. It's a beautiful thing. And in every community, you need to provide a male, a buck or a bull, and make sure that is rotated, and especially for goats. A goat buck shouldn't breed its mother or its sisters or its daughters. Inbreeding is probably the worst problem in especially extensive systems where animals go out in large herds. You're just getting a lot of inbreeding. But even in projects, if you don't rotate bucks, and if you're working in more than one community, you can rotate bulls without a big expenditure, or sell and buy another. But it's very important to emphasize that, because you're retrogressing with inbreeding. So I've talked about the pass on, and then the paying back was an offspring which was either given to the church, and the church could decide whether do we need income or do we need to expand the project. So it was an option for the church to decide. And many would challenge us, you're asking too much from this poor family to take 2 offspring from only giving 1. But the families accepted it too. There was very little resistance to that. They realized that they were helped, and they were willing to help the organization that had helped them. I've talked a little bit about the committees. It's so important to balance the gender and the faith diversity within the community, so that there's no sense of people being excluded. I'll show later one person received he was a Muslim, and he named his cow Sikudani, which means I never expected, because it was expected that the church would only help its own. And I think that what a witness it is when the church thinks of going outside of its own. In fact, that was one of the contract stipulations between Heifer and the project partner, was that church leaders wouldn't seek animals for themselves first. Not that they would never get, but... And it's required attendance at training. We would try to insist on helping the poor, but we don't know who is capable of keeping an animal better than the local committee. So that responsibility really depended upon them, and they had to show that they were capable of selecting people who could manage. If you assist animals, families with animals that are above their capacity to keep them, you're not helping them. You're just creating a burden. So it was a difficult decision in many instances. This is Rashid, who named his cow Sikudani. So I've talked of the loan program is a breeding center owned by the community. I talked about use of crossbred animals to improve survivability. And then you don't have the overhead costs of a church farm or a breeding center. And you're helping farmers directly through the investment. And often if you account all of the costs of running a farm and compare that to buying animals for expanding the project, the latter is more cost effective. Trainers, the best trainers by far are farmers. And so we heard this morning using lead farmers. One caution is that they shouldn't be chosen in the first year. A lot of people see that being a lead farmer is an opportunity for training, but if you find the person is not of the character of sharing, you can jump to conclusion that the person that is the most outgoing is probably going to be the best farmer, and that it's that quiet one that does the work that you want as a lead farmer, not the one who's so has many social gifts. I'd love to talk about fish farming. I could go on a long time because it's such a good project if people simply have water resources, and the investment is in the work of digging the pond. And to do it correctly with attention to detail, it's quite profound, the impact. You can sell fish, you can feed your family. It's fun visiting a farm, a farmer who's doing well with his or her fish. You'll see that as they approach the pond, the water starts to bubble, it boil, and the fish are so excited to be fed. Dairy goats were a better choice for people with compromised health, like a woman here who is HIV positive. She had a great testimony for Heifer, for how this goat transformed her life. And you can see this farmer, he expended so much in building a beautiful pen for just receiving a calf, knowing that his future was going to depend on it, and he later built his house. So for us, these are the testimonies that are really encouraging. I've already spoken of how it's so much easier to make progress having more animals than you can keep. There was a pastor in Arusha that had 10 animals and was producing 40 liters of milk, and he was really struggling. Why can't I produce more milk with all these cows? And we said, sell half of them, and he did, and he started producing better and more milk. So the value of having the right number for your feed is so vital. And don't think that a single animal can't transform the life of a family. It really can. I know it has. And I wanted to know myself. I started keeping a dairy goat in 1994. That's 30 years ago. And I've never bought another female, but I've sold over 300 from that one in those 30 years. And I'm keeping 10 now and enjoying making cheeses, and I make good money. So I want to speak of poultry. A lot of people are investing in poultry, and I'm glad to hear that that's one of the ways that the Hope international groups are lifting people out of poverty. There's no animal that I think is more effective than the poultry in lifting people out of poverty, but the approach is not necessary to distribute chickens, but to vaccinate against the scourge, which kills 70% of them every year in every East African country. Newcastle disease needs to be controlled, and if you want to have a huge impact with a low investment, I would say this would be a good entry point for any project anywhere. It is, it's not rocket science. You hear vaccination. Farmers can do it. It's an eye drop, and it can be kept out of the cold chain for 2 weeks. 1 week certainly, 2 weeks if kept carefully. It doesn't need to be left in the sun. And you can open and close the vial until you've used all 100 doses. Other vaccines which are put in water, you have to use in the same day, and they are. I mean, it's a good idea. It works well, but you have to use them. And if you have only 5 or 10 chickens, how do you use them for, a community? So the I2 vaccine, which is now produced by many countries, the government has seen that it is a breakthrough, but unfortunately the veterinary department, I talked to a vet now, unfortunately they don't allow non-livestock trained officers to sell the service. This could be a perfect service for women to generate income, because it doesn't take a rocket scientist to put a drop in one eye of the chicken, and there's hardly anything that can go wrong except that you let the vaccine die by misuse, and that can be done by livestock officers as well. So part of the work of promoting livestock projects is to be an advocate for farmers for insane rules imposed by a government. I don't mean to say that the government is the enemy, but in many instances there's a lot of illogic. Okay. I talked to the government extension staff. Unfortunately, there are never enough of them. You may have one in 3 or 4 villages dealing with several thousand farmers. They cannot meet the need. Therefore, there's it's very important to build capacity of farmers to treat their own animals, and also to have community animal health workers. This is also regulated highly by the veterinary professionals, and outlawed in now some countries. So it's a dilemma. It's kind of like saying your livestock don't matter as much as our regulations. And so there's room for advocacy, and you and we as NGOs can have a part to play in advocating for laws which can be beneficial. So here's a quick summary. You can use livestock effectively to lift people out of the poverty cycle, and both pastoralists and farmers. You can collaborate in positive ways with government and local NGOs. I say God calls us to focus on the needy, and you can do that with an appropriate livestock. It may not be dairy cattle. There are others, even meat goats, meat sheep. It's very important to consider the environment, how your environment focus is enhanced through the livestock you're introducing. I saw in India a project was simply distributing or redistributing livestock to the poor who were grazing them along the roadsides, and yes, it was helping them. It's humbling to think that people don't have access to any land and how they can benefit through livestock. They were. So I don't say that's good or bad. I'd say you have to contextualize what you do. Agroforestry, agroecology, this whole system is enhanced by livestock. I have some other proverbs if you want. I really find them instructive. Where there are no oxen, the manger is empty. That's Proverbs 14:4, which underlines the importance of animals in the system. And these days, it's a phase, I think, for the last decade to downplay or even malign the role of livestock in the systems. I remember we received a guest from the Humane Society of America. He was a veterinarian. Strangely, at the veterinary conference, he spoke of all of the worst things that livestock do, and one wondered had he given up his profession. And I took him up to visit a smallholder farmer who had contoured his fields beautifully and who had a dairy animal and was benefiting very significantly from the biogas and the fertilizer that he could provide back to his steep field. And the guy had an opinion change. I would say he later spoke at a heifer conference about the importance of integrating livestock in a farming system. So that was encouraging. I use volunteer farmer motivators and community animal health workers in your system, and it's very empowering, and those individuals will be your best friends. They're the ones who are you'll be so proud of them, the way they want to keep learning and keep advocating for what you're doing. It's good to have an exit strategy, and I could wax long about that, but I can point you instead to the best practices note. But you do need to find a way to stop providing to a certain community in order that you can move your focus to others. What I see in East Africa is there's still a great need for this sort of program, which not only trains, but it also empowers through loans. Loans of livestock, in-kind loans, and the beauty of the dignity that people get from giving back to a new family and knowing the family they've helped. There isn't a good word for it. I don't like magic, but it's powerful. Yeah. And I'm going to finish on time. That is rare. Do you want another proverb? Proverbs 27:23 says, "Be sure of the condition of your flocks. Give careful attention to your herds, for riches do not endure forever." So monitoring and remote farmers. We don't give livestock loans to people who don't live in the community. Yeah. So I'm happy for questions. Okay. Okay.
Thank you, Erwin. I had to write down one of your quotes, and that was, "Don't think that a single animal can't transform a life." And what power. One of the quotes, too, I've heard you say that I love, I didn't hear it come up, but in East Africa, you often say, "We train farmers and their husbands also."
Yeah,
and I think that's so important. And yeah, thank you. We have a little bit of time for any questions that you may have for Erwin and his 47 years of experience.
Hi, thank you so much for sharing your experience. I was curious, you were talking about the dangers of when you're dealing with one village or community and doing loans, how to avoid inbreeding. And in the US, we deal with this like with registration papers, with ear tags. What methods have you seen with Heifer International or other organizations in this space or the government to keep track, to avoid inbreeding?
Shall I take that and then take another? Yeah, sure. They call it a school notebook, the lined daftari in Swahili. Often people keep a record of their animal on one page and then next page another animal, and so they can go through. And farmers are not all literate, but many or their children are, and it can help them. So it is just simple keeping a record of who was the parent of the offspring, and then that can help to avoid. Ear tagging is possible. You'd think it would be low cost, but very few farmers do it. Often they make notches on the ears just to show that that's which clan owns it, to avoid theft. And farmers who are becoming more prosperous are doing better, and they're getting ear tags, and they're using artificial insemination. Is that an answer? Yeah. Anyone else want to answer that?
Yeah. Anyone have experience to share?
So you had said a little bit about not grazing, building a building. A smallholder farmer, is that something that really caught on doing I forget what term you called, zero grazing?
Oh yeah, that really caught on, especially because farmers who, in the population pressure, are having 1 acre or a half acre of land. How else can you do it? And if your animals are grazed and encroach on someone else's farm, you'll be in trouble. You have to pay. So it's definitely taken on. In fact, over 100 years ago in Kilimanjaro region, there were people keeping their cattle indoors. Unfortunately, as I described, many of them were blind. They'd never seen the light of day. They were standing in their own manure tide. And so we tried to bring a better husbandry system that is friendly. Yeah, I'm a member of the Russia Society of Protection of Animals. We're like the SPCA. We get on to farmers if they're mistreating their animals. So yeah, it can be very friendly actually compared to taking animals out and exposing them to other herds with disease and worms and trekking long distances to water and to feed. It's a friendly system if they can manage it. Cut and carry is another word. Yeah.
I'd like to know how they can afford artificial insemination. That's expensive here in America.
Yeah.
So how do they afford it there in Africa?
I must commend the East African governments generally have been friendly to small farmers in the sense that they, after the socialist era, which the government was consuming 95% of the agricultural budget for these large farms, they just turned that around and decided to create an extension service, and they subsidized the not so good as the artificial the semen which was available was locally produced and often from inferior males, but perhaps still better than the run of the mill. And nowadays you can even buy sexed ovaries. Well, sorry, sexed, not semen. Oh yeah, but you can also buy the embryos there. You can buy both. So things have really changed in the last decade, but especially sexed semen, as you said. Yeah, that's a new world, and I've been away from it since I've been with ECHO. Sorry, so I've not stayed up.
Do you have any experience or any advice on successful large breeding operations or herds that you do?
We didn't ourselves. After I left Kitulo, I left that. You know, they're very vulnerable. I visited, it was the Boran farm in Rumiruti in Kenya. There was a herd there 20 years ago, and it was as well managed as you could imagine, and providing wonderful genes to all of East Africa. But politics, and these farms were taken over and owned by ministers, and it's run down. So big is vulnerable. I'd rather put my investment with the small farmers, but sometimes you do need the private sector to provide, and if they can do things well. The private sector, not projects, but private sector, they can do that role for the government. So yes, there are excellent farmers in East Africa doing that, but there are fewer and fewer. After the independence, a lot of the colonial farmers left, and the production of milk now has transferred to the small farmers that was being done by the colonial farmers, and more. So
we have time for one more question. Go for it.
Yes. You had said earlier that the smaller breeds of cattle work better for better than the larger ones. I had read a few years ago about dwarf breeds of cattle that can survive on a quarter acre, and I was wondering if there were dairy breeds of that strain.
I've not seen those in East Africa. Dwarf breeds. No. Do you have a name of one of those?
I don't remember what they're called, but they're supposedly about the same size as the extra large goats.
Yeah. Any exotic introduction has a high vulnerability, so probably should be tested first. But
well, Erwin, it's been a real pleasure having you close this as our last plenary. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Blessings.
You're encouraging.
I'm going to turn it back over to Dr. Grace.
All right, thank you, Erwin. There will be for both speakers this morning a meet the speaker time in the afternoon if you want to talk to Robert Morris as well as Erwin. Also tonight, I hope you don't think about skipping out because there's not only good food, good fellowship, but we are going to honor Erwin and give him a big retirement party tonight. So it's party time tonight. So don't miss it. A couple of announcements before I heard. This is perfect. Herding cattle, herding sheep, herding cattle, herding cats for our photo. First of all, most of you have heard about echocommunity.org. If you have not joined, please join. Please join. Okay, you have permission to look down on your phone now and join echocommunity.org. Also, don't forget the buses will leave after the photo shoot. We will meet again for lunch on the farm and the post-conference tomorrow with those 3 topics of the field trip to Mission Peniel and cultivate abundance and propagation. And then the third one is earth bag building. So if you have signed up, we'll see you tomorrow. If you haven't signed up, I believe we will still allow you to sign up. Yeah, I think that's what I have. The photo shoot will be right outside the main doors of the hotel. So if you could stare that way. And Danielle, if you could wave your hand. She is in charge of the photo. So do what she says. So, all right. Let me close in prayer as we move on to our next events and move back to the farm. And it's really been a great week for plenaries and just exchange of ideas. I hope you're as invigorated as I am. I have so many new ideas. I can't wait to just sit down and review my notes. It's almost like drinking out of a fire hose. But let's pray. Father God, thank you so much for covering this conference with prayer. We know people have been praying for weeks ahead, praying now even. So our success is because of your power. And I pray also for blessing the staff who have worked more than 14-hour days in a row to serve this conference. We pray now as we go and share a meal together and continue to learn from each other this afternoon, that you would be present with us, that you would be constantly restoring our soul, transforming our soul, and keeping us from the wrong distractions. We pray these things in Jesus' name. Amen. So we're going out for the photo. All right, we're going to do some participatory activity here, which we've learned about in development work. So the participatory thing we're going to do here, just to get people who are still eating outside to come in, is I'm going to say, rejoice in the Lord, for he is good. And then you will say, I will say again, rejoice. Got that? So, rejoice in the Lord, for he is good. I will say again, rejoice. You guys need to eat something, right? Because it sounded pretty bad. The Lord is here. He is here in this room. And you are saying that to him. Right? Jesus, or as a friend of mine used to say, Jesus is here. Because she's Scandinavian and her mom always set a plate and an empty chair. And they would say, why do you have that? And she said, that's for Jesus. Okay? So Jesus is here, maybe right there. So I'm going to try this again with emphasis. Rejoice in the Lord. And I say again, rejoice. Okay. So welcome to our evening and closing activity. We've had a great week. Okay. How many would say they learned one thing? 2 things? 3 things? Wow, okay, so good. You guys are learners. One of the things I really loved that was emphasized, and it's like somebody asked me, is there a theme to this year's conference? And I said, not that I know of, but God knows more than I do, obviously. So he knew all the speakers, and he knew how it was going to get woven together into a beautiful tapestry. But this is what I heard in the mornings and in the afternoons and in the evenings. You always want to ask first. A-S-K, ask. You always want to listen after you ask. And then you want to contextualize, right? Because sometimes, as a university professor, I'll teach development work, and here's my slides, and this is how you're going to teach, how you're going to get the village to decide what plants to plant and stuff, and it's all in a North America context, right? So then I teach somebody like Joel that, so he goes somewhere to West Africa, and I hope not, but he might just teach the way he was taught. And is that the right context? No. Is there PowerPoint there? Are they literate, right? And so I think context is so important. If you want to do something fun while you wait for your plane tomorrow, you can write out the word contextualization. It's one whole word. Doesn't even fit in Scrabble because it's too long. Contextualization, and I want you to find out how many words you can get out of that word. It's fun, something for your brain. So ask, listen, and context. I have an exercise I do with my college students when I teach sustainable agriculture, and we get to appropriate technology, and they're so excited because they've learned all these appropriate technologies, and I give each team a GPS location. So you're in the foothills of Nepal, I give them the points, and they find out, and I said, you're going to be set there for 2 years to do appropriate technology. Yes, so they research the foothills of Nepal and everything, and they do a PowerPoint presentation, okay? And then I grade them. And then their colleagues, their coworkers, their students grade them. And I don't say a thing until all the presentations. And then I go, what is the one thing most of you guys forgot? And they all go, ask. None of them asked. They didn't spend time in the village, listening, talking, having relations. They just decided that what this village needed was composting toilets. I go, did you ask? No. So I didn't fail them, but they definitely will always ask now. But that's true of any job you get, right? If you're a new youth pastor, is the proper way to go to that church and tell them what the next project should be? I think you need to ask the youth group, the youth group parents. Talk to them, right? So it's ASK, 3 words. It's not a 4-letter word, it's a 3-letter word. ASK. So first of all, I want to thank all the ECHO staff for a great week and hard work. So thank you, ECHO staff. So, they're the ones with the green lanyard. I didn't wear mine. It was clashing with my dress. So, and there's been coverage of lots of prayer. We've been praying for this conference since the end of the last conference. We've been praying, our volunteers have been praying, churches have been praying, we have been praying for one another. So I give all the glory and all the honor to God, because He's the one who has made this week possible. And I'm sure you guys have incredible stories to share of how this happened, that happened, and you thought you weren't going to come, but God opened the door because He had a plan for you to be here. So it's not an accident. So same with the speakers. So that's very exciting for me. And we have a short video we're going to show you of some of the highlights of some of the delegates and what they thought about this week. So let's watch this short 4-minute video.
I'm Paul Doran.
Just a quick rundown of the order of events tonight. So Elliot is going to come up. He's the deputy director for North America RIC. So he gets to do all the jobs I don't want to do. No, just kidding. It's kind of like that, isn't it, Elliot? But he's going to pray for the meal. And then after you grab your food, you can stand outside. There's tables out there that you stand around. The reason why we don't have a lot of tables set up is we can fit more people this way, and also we are encouraging you to mingle. So please do that. And after a while, we'll call you back in, and Abram will start the celebration for Erwin's retirement, and we'll introduce you to the new East Africa director by video. And then we'll be presenting Erwin with a gift. Then he's going to present a little bit about the strategic framework for ECHO as the CEO. And then we will do something that's really, really unique and fun. And we're going to have people come up here that can speak a different language. And we're going to have a prayer for the nations. And you're going to hear prayer to our Lord Jesus Christ in many different tongues. And it's exciting because that is what we look forward to someday, except we will all understand each other. So that's kind of what's going to happen. And then after that, prayer of the nations, we will dismiss and have dessert. They will then put the dessert back out, and then you have plenty of time to keep mingling, exchange phone numbers, WhatsApp, and then we will end the conference until next year. So, Elliot, if you could come up and pray for our dinner. Oh, no, never mind. I forgot that on my list. We're going to have a song first before prayer.
All right. May I have your attention, please, everyone? Let's reconvene during this celebratory session. We're so glad that you are here with us as we close the evening. Well, tonight is a very, very special night, and as we alluded to earlier, we're just so happy that you're here with us, that you've been here with us for this 31st ECHO International Agriculture Conference. Let's round of applause. Especially to kudos to Grace and her team at the North America Regional Impact Center that has done a phenomenal job of planning and coordinating, implementing this 31st event. So you're part of something incredible, historic, and a legacy. And tonight, we gather to celebrate the remarkable career and legacy of Erwin Kinsey. And Erwin's sitting right over there. We're pleased to be able to share a few pictures with you. For those of you that